Good evening and welcome to session 2 of day 3 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track Cycling World Championships. In our session today, we'll be completing the match sprinting for men 55 to 59, 60 to 64, as well as holding time trials for men 65 to 69, 70 to 74, and 75 to 79. We will also have 2 scratch races, 2 sets of individual pursuits, and we're going to finish things up with an 80-lap points race for men 35 to 44. Lots of racing action this evening in session 2 of day 3 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track Cycling World Championships. We're going to start things off with the ride 1 of the semifinal round of the men's sprint for men 55 to 59. In heat 1, we're going to have Fred Stanage and Ko Onora of Japan. So Fred Stanage of the United States and Ko Onora of Japan, ex-Keirin racer. In heat 2, we're going to have Alan Townsend of Australia and Thomas Schlesny of Canada. Those riders have drawn for position. This will be a best of 3 series. Ride 2 will come after the 500 meters for 65 to 69. In the 65 to 69 men's 500 meter time trial, Ortiz, Guinea-Bear, Tillman, Small, McGrath, Kowal, Pellegrin. They should be heading towards bike check because these sprints will go fast. And Fred Stanage in the white of the Foundation for American Track Cycling has drawn the inside position. He also has a white helmet. Ko Onora is on the outside with the black helmet and the striped skin suit. He's currently being held by Shin Ito, who just became world champion in the sprints last night. Maybe some of that luck will rub off. Ko Onora was the fastest qualifier in the 200 meters time trial leading up to this event. These riders have raced 1/8 and quarterfinals to get to this point, the semifinals. Dispatching opponents along the way. Stanage in front and Nora behind. Both riders down in the pole as they come into the bell and 1 lap to go. The bell always signifying 1 lap to go. Stanage opening up a little bit of ground on Nora. Nora now closing it down as they come to the turn, and Nora's going to have the longer way to come around. And Nora is going to cross the line first. He has been declared the winner. In the first ride, Stanage will have a second chance in ride number 2. If he wins that one, he sends it to a decider in this best of 3 series. Winners in the semifinal round go on to race for gold and silver. Losers in each bracket will go to race for bronze and 4th place. Coming on track now, heat 2 of 2 in the men's 55 to 59. Alan Townsend of Australia and Thomas Schlesny of Canada. Townsend in the black with the blue helmet. He's starting from the inside position. Schlesny in the white, blue, and red of Canada. And a black and white helmet will be starting from the outside. Townsend in black was the 2nd fastest qualifier in the 200 this morning. Now Schlesny has come to the front. Bell and 1 to go. He has a bit of a gap on Townsend as they approach the 200-meter line. Townsend closing it up, draws alongside. Has the longer way to come around, but he's in front as they hit the home straight, and Townsend will take the first ride. Coming up next, heat 1 of the semifinal round of the sprinting for men 60 to 64. This is, again, the first ride. In heat 1, it's Marvin Hall of the United States of America against Jeff Stoker of Australia. Hall on the inside in black with a black helmet. Stoker on the outside with white and a white helmet. Rider drawing the inside position is obliged to lead the first part of the first lap at a constant pace, at which point they can slow down, perhaps drawing the other rider to come forward. They don't want to be in the front. "45-degree banking in the turns of the 250-meter velodrome here in Carson, California. Stoker in white behind was the fastest qualifier in the 200 meters. Hall was the fourth fastest. Hall hits the 200-meter line first. Stoker with the longer way to come around and crosses the line first. And Stoker has been declared the winner. Heat 2 coming on track now. Gary Mandy of Australia and D. Dent of Great Britain. Here's Mandy in black, has drawn the inside position. We'll be going to the 500s next. Those riders should be getting to the ready areas. So Mandy in front, Dent behind. Dent coming up track. Comes up and over with 2 to go. There's the bell, and Mandy comes back to the front. Hits that 200-meter line first. Good bit of daylight between himself and Dent. Comes around the turn. And Mandy takes the first ride. So coming up next, 9 heats of the men's 65 to 69 500-meter time trial. This is a timed final. Fastest rider after the 9 heats is the new world champion, regardless of whether that's in the first or the 9th heat. There'll be no second chances. There'll be no semifinals. It's a timed final. Heat 1 will be a 1-up. Juan Ortiz of Guatemala will be starting from the home straight. Subsequent heats will have riders starting from both the home and the back straights. Jean-Pierre Guinevere of France should be on deck in the ready area, and Mike Tillman should likewise, of the United States, be ready on the back straight. The heat following that is Steve Price and David McGrath. And heat 1 of 9 is off and underway. Juan Ortiz of Guatemala will be setting the times to beat. This is 2 laps, 500 meters of the Siberian Pine Oval that is the VELO Sports Center. .26.9 opening lap. And sets the time to beat a 45.592. 45.592 from Juan Ortiz. Coming on track now, heat 2 of 9 from starting on the home straight, Jean-Pierre Guinevere of France, and on the back straight, Mike Tillman of the United States. Should have heat 3, Steve Small and David McGrath in the ready areas on deck. Looks like we do. Robert Cole and Robert Pellegrin will be up after them. And heat 2 of 9 is off and underway. Tillman with a good half lap opener. Tillman with a new best time at the first lap, 23.1. Guinea Bear behind with 23-4. And Guinea Bear sets new best time 39.957. Tillman, second fastest of the riders so far, with a 40.482. That puts Ortiz on the bubble. Top three to go to the award ceremony for the medals. Top step reserved for the new world champion. On track now, heat 3 of 9, starting from the home straight, Steve Small of Great Britain, and on the back straight, David McGrath of the United States. McGrath in red and black, Small in white. Heat 3 off and underway. Small with a new best time for the first lap, 22.8. McGrath fourth fastest with a 24.8. And Steve Small sets a new best time 39.379. David McGrath of the United States, fourth fastest of the racers so far, with a 41.643. Coming on track now, heat number 4. On the home straight, Robert Cole of the United States, and on the back straight, Robert Pellegrin, also of the United States. Kowal in red, white, and blue, Pellegrin in black. And we've got Maimon and Bytel on deck. And heat 4 of 9 is off and underway. Both athletes on track. Pellegrin getting out quickly. New fastest first lap from Pellegrin, 22.1. Kowal fourth fastest with a 23.3. New best time, Robert Pellegrin of the United States with a 39.303. Robert Kowal, third fastest so far with a 39.913. Only tenths of a second separating our top riders. As we now bring up heat number 5 of 9. On the home straight, Stephen Maimon of Australia, and on the back straight, David Bytel of the U.S. Maimon in light blue, Bytel in dark blue. Be sure to thank our volunteers in those green shirts, giving up their Mondays to come out here and help with this event. And heat 5 of 9 is off and underway. Stephen Mayman of Australia in the light blue. Definitely one of the usual suspects in the mass start races that we've had so far, both the scratch and points race. Taking home medals in both, if I remember correctly. Mayman out 6th fastest, Bytel out 9th fastest. And Mayman finishes 5th fastest so far with a 40.417. Bytel 9th fastest with a 46.064. Kowal on the bubble as we bring up heat number 6. On track now, starting from the home straight. Ed Kissy of the United States, and on the back straight, Rich Voss, also of the United States. Should have Saikin, Ingeldia, Sato, and Alvord in the ready areas. This is heat 6 of 9. Heat 6 of 9 off and underway. Kissy and Voss. Voss with the new fastest opening lap, 21.3. Kissy right behind him with a 21.6. Kissy finishes 1st fastest with a 37.227, new best time, 37.227. Voss right behind him, 2nd fastest so far with a 37.880. Pellegrin now on the bubble. Coming on track now, heat 7 of 9, Aaron Saikin and Raymond Gildia. Saikin on the home straight in black, Gildia on the back straight in red, white, and blue. Again, heat 7 of 9. Ride number 2 in the semifinal round of the men's sprints will be our next event after these next 3 heats. And heat 7 of 9 is off and underway. Saikin with a new best time, 20.555 opening lap. Saikin, the world's best record holder in this event, sets a new best time, 36.025, 36.025 for Aaron Saikin. Gildia right behind him with a 37.038. That puts Kissy on the bubble. Coming up next, heat number 8, starting from the home straight, Kurt Sato of the United States and Jim Alvord of the United States on the back straight. Alvord in red, Sato in white. Sato, a multi-time Masters World Champion in the sprint events. Sato out quickly. New best opening lap by a half second, 20.0. Alvord fourth fastest with a 20.8. And Sato finishes with a new best time, 35.754. Alvord sixth fastest so far with a 39.243. Gildia on the bubble as we bring up heat number 9. James Joseph of Guyana on the home straight, and James Teal of the United States on the back straight. And heat 9 of 9 off and underway. Our sprint events will be next. Second and seventh fastest for Teal and Joseph at the half lap. Teal third fastest, Joseph sixth fastest. So Teal trying to get up on that bottom step, maybe go higher. Half a lap to go for both riders. And James Teal finishes third fastest with a 36.823. James Joseph finishes sixth fastest with a 37.241. And so your top three, Kurt Sato, Aaron Sykin, and James Teal. Let's have a big round of applause for all of our men's 65 to 69 500-meter time trialists. Coming up next, ride 2 in heat 1 of the semifinal round of the men's 55 to 59 sprint. I want to give a special shout out to some of our VELO Sports Center staff. We had Hector Nava and Travis Smith running the gates on the back straight, in charge overall and doing whatever needs to get done. get this event running smoothly. And so in ride number 2, Ko Honora will be starting from the inside position. Fred Stanage on the outside. Once again, this is the second ride in a best-of-3 series. Ko Honora won the first ride. If Stanage wins this ride, it will go to a decider. And if he wins that one, he goes on to compete for gold and silver. If not, he'll be racing for bronze. So Ko Honora in the striped jersey, black helmet. Fred Stanage behind the white helmet and white sleeves of the skin suit for the Foundation for American Track Cycling. Both riders high on the track as they come into the bell lap. And Stanage comes down to the pole first. Hits the 200-meter line first. Nora's going to have to use that speed, do a lot of work, may tire him out for later rounds. As Stanage continues to hold him off coming to the line, but oh, and Nora is able to get there just in time and win the second ride. But I think we can give both of these gentlemen a big round of applause for that last race. Coming up next, ride number 2 in heat number 2 of the semifinal round of the men's 55 to 59 sprint. Shalesny will be riding from the inside, starting from the inside position. Townsend, our second fastest qualifier, will be starting from the outside. Townsend in black in the blue helmet, coming up to the line here. Shalesny keeping the pace going. Shalesny came to the front with laps to go last time. Happy to race from the front. And there's the bell. And Townsend gets underneath. And Townsend takes it in two. So there will be no ride 3 for the men 55 to 59. As we now go on to ride number 2 for the men 60 to 64. And in ride 2, Jeff Stoker in the white will be starting from the inside position. Marvin Hall in black from the outside position. Stoker won the first ride. He was the fastest of all the competitors in 60-64 in that 200-meter time trial that established the brackets. And Stoker controlling that fall line, hits the 200-meter line first, checking over his shoulder to see where Hall is. Dosing his speed, and Stoker takes it in 2. Coming up next, ride number 2 of heat number 2 in the semifinal round of the men's sprints for 60-64. Adit Dent and Gary Mandy. Dent will be starting from the inside position. The all-white helmet, dark blue skin suit. Glenn Searle, last call to bike check. Glenn Searle, last call to bike check. Your event, the minor final for men 55-59 is our next race. Last call, Glenn Searle to bike check. 5 through 8 for the 60-64 should be going through bike check, if not already through it. Only 0.02 of a second separate these two racers in qualifying speed. So really anybody's race based on those 200-meter times. And Mandy comes to the front. Mandy won the first ride. If he can hold off Dent, he will advance to the ride for gold and silver, and he does. Gary Mandy taking it in 2. Our next event, minor final, 5 through 8 for the men's 60-64. Sorry, for men 55 to 59. Looks like Searle is a DNS, so it'll be a 3-up. Bob Francis coming to the line here. Aram Bezai next to him in the red, and on the outside, Robinson in the blue. Francis with the push, got a big gap on the other two riders. Francis, Bezai, Robinson in that order. Robinson now moving up into the second position. Francis, Robinson, Bezai. 2 laps to go. Francis coming to the front again, but on the outside the longer way. Robinson now just a little bit of advantage coming into the final lap. Robinson, Bezai, and Francis hit the 200-meter line in that order. Robinson and Bezai. And it was Robinson getting his wheel across first. I think we all can agree, some good sprinting there. One more minor final, and then we're off to the 500 meters for 70 to 74. In the minor final for men's 60-64, we have Jay Wolkoff, Kenneth Todd, John Mayer, and Carlos Daniel Zacavo. So John Mayer, rider 222 of Canada in the black and blue, is in the black helmet, is at the line. Sacavo of Argentina in the white and blue is on the outside. Going to imagine that by process of elimination, Kenneth Todd has drawn the inside position. Kenneth Todd in the dark blue. False start. Get our riders back together, back up on the line. All right. And once again, Mayer coming to the front. Sacavo behind him. Todd behind him. So Mayer looking to keep the pace up. 2 laps to go. Mayer taking him long. Mayer's got him up to 33 miles an hour. Now Sacavo coming over, taking Townsend with him. And coming down the line is going to be Sacavo, crossing the line in front of Townsend, in front of Mayer. A 13.3 final 200 meters for that. And Carlos Daniel Sacavo takes 5th place, Kenneth Todd 6th place, John Mayer 7th place, men's 60-64 sprint. We are now off to time trials for men 70 to 74, the 500 meters. We've got 9 heats. Heat number 1 will be a 2-up. Eldon Criswell of the United States of America will be starting from the home straight. Tony Riccio, also of the United States, will be starting from the back straight. Should have Steve West and Lawrence Szabo on deck. Mitch Odell and Henry Shibata will be following in heat number 3. Once again, this is a timed final. Fastest rider, regardless of opponent, wins the gold medal, becomes the new world champion for men 70 to 74 in this event, the 500-meter time trial. 2 laps of the 250-meter Siberian Pine Oval.
Scuba. Up.
And heat 1 of 9 is off and underway. These 2 riders will be setting the times to beat.
Stevie!
Riccio with the fastest opening lap so far, 15.922. Criswell with a 17.9. Sorry, that was half lap times. Riccio with a 25.4 fastest time so far, 28.8 for Criswell. And Tony Riccio finishes with the fastest time so far, 43.316. Eldon Criswell finishes second fastest so far with a 49.889. Heat 2 on track now. Steve West on the home straight and Lawrence Szabo on the back straight, both riders of the United States. Got Mitch Odell and Henry Shibata in the ready areas. Should have Bjorn McReynolds and Mark Rodemaker finding their way to the ready area. Steve West in the red, white, and blue. Szabo in black.
How's it going?
Steve West getting out quickly. Szabo with the fastest opening lap so far. West right behind him. Both riders with half a lap to go. Zabo with a new best time, 42.610. Steve West, third fastest so far with a 44.797. Heat number 3 coming on track now, starting on the home straight, Mitch Odell of the United States, and on the back straight, Henry Shibata, also of the United States. Odell in black. And Shibata with white short sleeves. And we've got Vion McReynolds and Mark Rodemaker on deck. This is heat 3 of 9 in the men's 70 to 74 500 meter time trial. Heat 3 off and underway. Shibata getting out quickly. Fastest opening lap so far for Henry Shibata. New best time, 41.726 for Henry Shibata. New best time. Mitch Odell, fourth fastest of the riders so far with a 44.378. Tony Riccio on the bubble now as we bring up heat number 4, Vion McReynolds and Mark Rodemaker. So we'll have a brief technical hold here while we take care of a mechanical issue. Once again, we'd like to thank One2Go Event Services powered by racetiming.ca for the timing services throughout this 6-day event. We also remind all racers that photos of all the racers competing in the championships are being taken by Craig Huffman, the official championship photographer. You can order using a form available on the infield or at the front desk. Your image orders will be loaded to Dropbox where you can get them the week following the event. At the end of this second session, we will be at the halfway of the event, so don't wait to get those photo orders in. Also, if you're sharing memories that you're making on social media, be sure to tag at VELO Sports Center, at VELO Sports Center. They love to see and share your posts. They're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Okay, so I've been informed we'll be running one-ups from the home straight for the remainder of this event. And
Robert, they're having trouble with the gate on the back straight. Travis just told me they're having trouble with the gate on the back straight.
okay, so Vion McReynolds will start next. Then it will be the rider that would have been on the back straight of heat number 4, Mark Rodemaker, will be the next heat, so on and so forth. Robert Pellegrin's on his way. He'll save the day. And the first rider in heat number 4, Vion McReynolds, is off and underway. Fifth fastest opening lap for Vion McReynolds. McReynolds finishes 4th fastest of the riders so far with a 43.979. 43.979. As we bring up Mark Rodemaker of the United States of America. Steven Silberberg will be the next rider up, and then David Mullica. So this is the second rider in heat number 4. As the countdown has begun. And the second rider in heat number 4 is off and underway, Mark Rodemaker of the United States of America. New fastest opening lap at 23.520. And new best time at the finish, 41.271 from Mark Rodemaker. Lawrence Zabo on the bubble now. On track now First rider in heat number 5, rider 139, Steven Silverberg. And Silverberg off and underway. New best time for the opening lap at 23.5. Second fastest at the finish of 41.596. Rodemaker still at the top of the leaderboard, Shibata on the bubble. David Mullica of the United States on track now. And the second rider in heat 5 of 9, off and underway, David Mullica. Seventh fastest opening lap. Finishes 7th fastest with a 44.189, 7th fastest with a 44.189. Rodemaker still at the top of the leaderboard, Shibata still on the bubble. On track now, rider 122, Robert Barber of Great Britain in black. Third fastest opening lap, 24 flat for Robert Barber. Barber finishes third fastest so far with a 41.625, 41.625. On track now, the second rider in heat number 6, rider 129, Malcolm Johnson of the United States of America. Johnson, fifth fastest opening lap with a 24.7, 24.8. Malcolm Johnson finishes eighth fastest of the riders so far with a 44.179, 44.179. Robert Barber now on the bubble. Colin Claxton of New Zealand on track now. First rider in heat 7 of 9. And Colin Claxton off and underway. Fifth fastest opening lap with a 24.7. Finishes fifth fastest with a 41.804, 41.804. Robert Barber still on the bubble as rider 130, Tom Marnell of the United States, comes on track. And Tom Marnell is off and underway. Fastest opening lap so far with a 23.461. We might see a new best time if he can keep the speed up. And he finishes second fastest so far with a 41.325. Mark Rodemaker stays at the top of the leaderboard, and Steven Silverberg moves to the bubble. Top three to get medals, top step for the world champion. On track now, the first rider in Heat 8, Marc D'Angleterre of France. D'Angleterre getting out quickly. New best time for the opening lap at 21.897. We will see a new best time. New best time, 38.452, 38.452 for Marc D'Angleterre. Tom Marnell moves to the bubble. Steve Trosseth of the United States on track now. And Steve Trosseth is off and underway. Second fastest opening lap with a 22.183. Second fastest so far with a 39.214, Steve Trosseth, 39.214. That moves Rodemaker down to the bubble. He's now on third fastest. As we bring up our last two riders, Jack Hines of the United States will be the next rider off. Penultimate competitor Jack Hines off and underway. Third fastest opening lap, 23:164. Still third fastest, coming into the final half lap. And Hines finishes with the third fastest time, 39.995. He moves on to the bubble as we bring up our last competitor, Christian Mousselet of France. And our final rider in the 70-74 men's 500-meter time trial is off and underway. Third fastest at the half lap. Third fastest at the first lap, 22.9. Still third fastest with half a lap to go, 31.381. And finishes third fastest, gets the bronze medal with a 39.946. Which means your new world champion is Marc d'Angleterre of France, silver medalist Steve Trosseth, and Mousselet of France, third place, bronze medal. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our 70-74 men's 500-meter time trial finalists. For the 75-79, we'll be able to go back to 2 ups. There are 3 heats. The first one will be a 1-up from the home straight. Dale Harless of the United States will be starting from the home straight. Should have Jeff Cook and Jerry Agnew in the ready areas. Jerry Agnew to the back straight. Dale Harless, heat number 1 of 3, off and underway. Harless setting the times to beat with a 27:857 opening lap. And Harless sets the time to beat a 48:861. As we bring up our next set of competitors on the home straight, in the yellow and blue, Jeff Cook of Great Britain, and on the back straight, in black, Gerald Agnew of the United States. This is heat 2 of 3 in the men's 75 to 79 500 meter time trial. We'll be going to medals for the time trials after heat number 3. Heat 2 of 3 off and underway. Both these riders looking to beat the time of Dale Harless. Jeff Cook out quickly. Cook with the best opening lap so far, a 24:080. Jerry Agnew, second fastest at a 26:5. And Jeff Cook with a new best time, 40.703. And Jerry Agnew, second fastest with a 44.893. Heat 3 of 3 coming on track now. Starting from the home straight, William Nelson of Canada, the orange helmet, and on the back straight, Ronald Hickson of Australia with the white helmet. Right now, Harless on the bubble. Jeff Cook with the time to beat, 40.703. And heat number 3 off and underway. Hickson getting out quickly. Hickson fastest opening lap so far with a 23.679. Nelson third fastest so far. Hickson continuing to set best times as he comes to the end here. And he finishes second fastest. Second fastest. Ronald Hickson with a 40.989. William Nelson finishes third fastest with a 44.852. And now we move on to 75 to 79. But your top three for the men's. Oops. You got more riders. Okay, so sorry, I have, there we go, 80 plus 500 meter time trial. So in Heat 1 for the 80 plus, we've got Earl Henry of Trinidad and Tobago starting from the home straight, and Jim Turner of the United States starting on the back straight. Second heat, we'll see Jim Kloss and Jerry Powell. And Earl Henry and Jim Turner off and underway. Earl Henry in the red of Trinidad and Tobago, Jim Turner in the lime green. Earl Henry, fastest opening lap with a 25.788. And Earl Henry sets the time to beat of 44.656. Jim Turner second fastest with a 52.864. Earl Henry trains without a velodrome, starting gate he built by himself, and efforts up bridges because there are no hills in Florida. On track now, heat 2 of 2 in the 80 plus men's 500 meter time trial starting from the home straight. Jim Kloss of the United States of America, and on the back straight, Jerry Powell, also of the United States. And heat 2 of 2 is off and underway. Kloss getting out very quickly. Bellin 1 to go. Kloss with the best time for the opening lap of a 22.460. And Kloss, new best time, fastest time of the 80 plus with a 39.746. 39.746 over 45 kilometers per hour from a standing start. Jerry Powell finishes third fastest with a 48.128. And that means Earl Henry is your silver medalist. Jim Kloss, your world champion. Jerry Powell, bronze medalist in the award ceremony to come up next. So once again, we are resuming racing. The first event is the men's 55-59 sprint finals, ride number 1. So the first heat will be for 3rd and 4th place. Shalesny has drawn the inside position, rider from Canada. Stanage of the United States will be starting from the outside position. Stanage will have a white helmet. Shalesny has the black and white casque helmet, as well as the blue, white, and red colors of Canada. So same as it was before, 3-lap race. Rider that draws the inside starting position obliged to lead the first part of the first lap. This is a best of 3. This is the first ride between these two competitors. Shalesny keeping the speed high. Bell and 1 to go. Shalesny hitting the 200-meter line first. Stanage with the longer way to come around, trying side by side, racing as they come through the turn. And Shalesny with the shorter path gets across the line first. Stanage will need to win the next ride to send it to a decider and win that one if he wishes to go home with the bronze. Coming up next, the first ride in the heat to determine gold and silver in the final round of sprinting for men 55-59. And it appears Ko Honora has drawn the inside position. Alan Townsend starting from the outside position. Less than 0.2 of a second separating these two riders in qualifying. Townsend at the line in a black skin suit with blue helmet. Ko Honora coming up to the line now with a black helmet, striped skin suit. So without the large speed differential, this race likely to come down more to bike handling and track craft. As Honora looks like maybe he wants Townsend to come to the front. Townsend of Australia. Nora comes down to the pole lane with a lap and a half to go. And the sprint has begun. Nora hits the 200-meter line first. Townsend looking to make a run on the outside. Side by side, Townsend with a longer way to come around, but he gets over Honora and crosses the line first. We now proceed to ride number 1 in the final round of the men's sprint for 60 to 64. First heat will be in the heat to decide 3rd and 4th place. Adi Dent has drawn the inside position, Marvin Hall the outside position. Hall of the United States in black, with the black helmet, coming up to the line right now. Dent with a white helmet. Starting from the inside. So once again, Dent of Great Britain with the white helmet in front, and Hall of the United States in the black helmet behind. Only 1/10 of a second separating these two riders in qualifying. Dent comes down to the pole, the bell rings, signifying 1 lap to go. Hall comes around, waited for him. Hall now in front, Dent having to chase. Oh, opens the door. And Hall crosses the line first. Hall has been designated the winner as we go on to our second heat in the final round. This is ride number 1 in the heat to determine 1st and 2nd place between Gary Mandy and Jeff Stoker, both of Australia. And Gary Mandy in the black has drawn the inside position. Good news about this heat is I do know what anthem I'll be playing at the end of the evening. So once again, Mandy in black, Stoker in white. Stoker has now come to the front. 2 laps to go. Stoker, the faster of the 2 qualifiers, by about 4/10 of a second. And Stoker in front, Mandy behind as they come out of the turn side by side, and Stoker able to hold off Mandy as he takes ride number 1. Last call, rider number 49 in the scratch race. Come to bike check. Sherry Corbett of the United States. Please proceed to bike check if you've not done, well, you haven't done so already. Please proceed to bike check. So we're going to have a 20-lap women's scratch race for women 35 to 54 here momentarily. Scratch race, probably what you think about when you think of a bike race. Everybody racing together, no clocks, just first one across the line at the end of the designated distance is the winner. Since track is a closed circuit, if riders gain a lap on the field, they're a lap up. And unless somebody else has taken a lap, they automatically win as the pack comes across the line. If 2 riders take a lap, their relative position would determine first and second place. So once again, this will be a 5-kilometer, 20-lap race. They'll roll out for a neutral lap. And if they're handsomely bunched, starter will fire the pistol. That'll signify the start of racing. 20 laps later, we will know the winner. And they're rolling out for their neutral lap. Neutral always means together, never means slow. And we're going to ask them to come around again as they group up. And that's the pistol that starts the race. 20 laps to go. Looks like maybe Sean Morelli might be at the front. Find out when they come around. Yep, Sean Morelli, number 67 in the red, white, and blue up there at the front as they come around at 23.5 miles an hour. Five wide, 18 laps to go. 24 miles an hour as Morelli comes down to the pole. Starts stringing out the field behind her. "17 laps to go. Debbie Milne of the United States in the light blue up there, front of the race there for a while. "16 laps to go, 1 kilometer down, 4 to go, as rider number 63 takes him across the line. Jennifer Girth of Canada, rider number 63 in the green. Rider 57, Catherine Wade Easley, take them across the line at 25 miles an hour. Rider 79 at the head of affairs, Brittany O'Neill of the United States. "13 laps to go. Speed's increasing again. Coming up on 12 laps, 3 kilometers to go, 2 down, 3 to go. As rider number 70, Monique Snyders, takes him across the line. And we've got 2 riders breaking away off the front. 93 and 54. Field chased that down quickly. But the speeds are still rolling along with 10 laps, 2.5 kilometers remaining. As rider 80, Anna Rozowska of Poland, comes to the front. Won the pursuit the other day, so we know she's got lots of endurance. 9 laps to go. Adi Rozowska in at the head of affairs. And now Morelli coming to the front. Coming up on 2K, 8 laps to go. 2K, 8 laps to go. Zubris at the front. She was on the podium the other night. 7 laps to go. Zubris, number 93 in the multicolored kit. Field all together. Coming Coming through 5 wide, 6 wide, 6 laps to go, metric mile remaining. Five laps to go, just outside the kilometer mark. Four laps to go, 1 kilometer as Zubris takes him across the line. Three laps to go. 25 miles an hour. Thumb screws tightening. Two laps to go. Speeds up to 29 and a half. Thumb screws really tightening now. Bell and 1 to go. Zubris at the front. Zubris at the front at 31.3 miles an hour. Looks like Snyder on her wheel. Zubris and Snyder. Zubris and Snyder coming down the home straight now. And it's Zubris all the way. Snyder got in there for second place. Get you third here momentarily. How about a big round of applause for all of our women? 35 to 54. All right, riders, please come on off the track as we'll be progressing to ride number 2 in the sprints. I'm going to bring you off on the back here. Oh, there you go. So we'll be taking, women can come off the back straight at the pursuit line. Okay, so we'll be pulling the women off back straight here. And a warning has been issued to rider number 70, Monique Snyders, for entering the sprinter's lane while it was already occupied. So a warning to rider number 70, Monique Snyders. Debbie Milne was the third one across the line in that last race. We are now in ride number 2 of the heat for third and fourth place in the final round of the men's 55 to 59. Starting order reverse from before. Stanage on the inside, Shalesny on the outside. Starting order reversed from the first ride to negate any positional advantage. This is the second ride in a best of 3 series. And Shalesny comes to the front. Starts opening a gap on Stanage with 2 laps to go. He's going to go long. Stanage with a rabbit to chase coming into the bell lap. Shalesny hits the 200-meter line first. Stanage making up ground. And Shalesny will take it into there will be no third ride for that heat. Coming up next, the second ride in the heat to determine first and second place. In this ride, Townsend will start from the inside position, Koa-Nora from the outside. Townsend won the first ride. In our first 2 nights of racing, a Japanese rider has won the World Championships in the sprint. Perhaps Townsend of Australia will change that. He could do that with a victory here. Nora on the outside with the black helmet, striped skin suit. Townsend on the inside with the blue helmet. Townsend in front, Nora behind. First of 3 laps. Speed starting to pick up. Townsend taking it from the front with 1 to go. Hits the 200-meter line first. Does Nora still have matches to burn? Side by side, Townsend holding him off. And Nora gets across first. He will send it to a decider. There will be a third ride in the heat for first and second in the 55 to 59 match sprint. On track now. They're coming on track now. The second ride in the heat to determine third and fourth place between Dent and Hall. Adi Dent will start from the outside this time. Marvin Hall of the United States will start on the inside. So Hall in the black helmet, Dent in the white helmet. Hall won the first ride between these two. If he wins this ride, he becomes the bronze medalist. Hall still in front with 2 laps to go. Bell and 1 to go. Dent taking a run through the turn. Ooh, side by side at the 200-meter line. Hall with the shorter distance, Dent with the longer one. And Hall crosses the line first. Coming up next, the second ride in the heat to determine first and second place between Jeff Stoker and Gary Mandy. Jeff Stoker in white will be starting from the inside position, Mandy in black from the outside position in this, the second ride in this best of 3 series. Women's 55 plus scratch race, you'll be up next. You should be through bike check.
They're down there near their lockers. The white lockers. Yeah, she'll be racing right after we get there.
Stoker in white, Mandy in black. And Mandy comes to the front, just as Stoker did last time. Fell and 1 to go. Mandy in front, Stoker behind. Mandy crosses that 200-meter line first. Stoker taking a run up. He'll have the longer way to come around in the turn. Side by side they come out. And Stoker takes it in 2. And there's the Madison exchange. Not really. But congratulations. Silver medalist, Gary Mandy. And world champion, Jeff Stoker. Okay, we're off to the scratch race now for the women 55 plus. On the start list, we have Meg Mottner, Fotini Sandifer, Annette Williams, Elizabeth Heller, Beverly Cheney, Francine Haas, Patricia Murray, Diane Percy, Kimberly Pettit, Carlene Ron, and Charlene Yarnall. And they're rolling out for their neutral lap. If they're handsomely bunched when they come around, starter will fire the pistol. That'll signify the start of racing. And they're racing 5 kilometers, 20 laps in 55 plus women's scratch race. Beverly Cheney was at the front there for a while. And we get an early attack from number 39. Carlene Yarnall. Strings it out, puts gaps in the field. 18 laps to go, 32.5 miles an hour. Really only one rider able to stay with Yarnall. Others looking to bridge on up. There are gaps all over the place as rider number 34 brings him across the line at 30 miles an hour. That's Annette Williams. Nope. run. That's rider 34, Diane Percy. Diane Percy is with Yarnall. So Percy and Yarnall now being joined by rider number 32, Pat Murray. Podium and then one. Up the road with 14 laps to go. The other rider, 35, Kimberly Pettit. So with that early attack, Yarnall has put the cat amongst the pigeons and shattered the field. The podium up the road, coming up the home straight right now. 4 riders with 13 laps to go, not quite at the halfway point, starting to come up through traffic off the back of the field. Three kilometers remaining of the 5 that they had to do to start. 26 miles an hour pace for our lead group of 4, being chased by another group of 4. 2 riders off the back. "11 laps to go, 1 outside the halfway point. 76, trying to bring it back together. It's not one of the numbers. Maybe that's 16. We'll see momentarily. We are at the halfway point. 10 laps in, 10 laps to go. Same 4 riders off the front of the field. Coming through now. Rider 21, Elizabeth Heller, tries to bring it back together. So Yarnall, Percy, Murray, and Pettit, the lead group on the track, 9 laps to go. They're being chased by another group of 4. Eight laps, 2 kilometers to go. The race for the podium going down the back straight now. Seven laps to go. As Percy brings him across the line. I believe Cheney now trying to bridge with 6 laps to go. Yep, that's 21. Elizabeth Heller trying to bridge. Five laps to go for our leaders as they continue to come up through the back end of traffic. Heller with less than a quarter lap and less than 4 laps to seal the deal. So your lead group of 4 coming out of the turn, heading onto the home straight right now. Looking at 3 laps to go, 3 laps to go. Yarnall, Percy, Murray, and Pettit. '27 off the back, can do no work, but can get towed up. 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go.
Go, sir! Go, sir!
off the back of the lead group of 3. And there's the bell. Arnold, the one that got it all started, now falling off that lead group of 3. We're about to watch the podium sort itself out down the back straight. And it's going to be 35, 34. So 35, Pettit, it's the first one across the line. New world champion. Percy was second across the line. Nicely done race. How about a big round of applause for all of our women 55 plus. As we now go to ride number 3 in the final round for the heat to decide first and second place and who will be the new world champion in the men 55 to 59 in the sprint discipline. Once again, riders, please come off the back straight. 55 plus women, please come off on the back straight. Got the gate open at the ramp at the south end of the velodrome. And so the final placings, Pettit, Percy, Murray in for bronze, Yarnall, Heller, Ron, Haas, Williams, Cheney, Montner, and Sandifer. In that finishing order. This is the third and final deciding ride in the heat to determine first and second place in the men's 55 to 59 sprint. We will be going to the medal ceremony after this race. And then we have individual pursuing and a points race to finish out the evening. Townsend of Australia in the black coming up to the line now. He has drawn the inside position. Nora of Japan will be starting from the outside. Each of these riders has won one ride against the other. Townsend looking like he's hoping to get Nora in front. Lap and a half to go. Both riders back on track. Oh, and Honora gets the pole. Townsend on the outside. Ooh, and Honora hits the 200-meter line first. Nora with a lot of speed coming down the home straight. He will cross the line first. And we will be going to the award ceremony here momentarily. So once again, that concludes our award ceremony, and we are now going to resume the racing with the men's 50 to 54 individual pursuit final. This is a timed final. Fastest time across all the heats is the new world champion. Men 50 to 54 raced 2 kilometers, 8 laps on the 250-meter Siberian Pine Oval that is the VELO Sports Center. First rider off is going to be rider number 316, Ken Adams of the United States of America. We should have James Kelly and Alessandro Pico in the ready areas. Kelly on the home straight, Pico on the back straight. Once again, this is a timed final. Ken Adams will be setting the time all other racers need to beat. .23.0 opening lap. .40.2 at the 500. Coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go for Ken Adams of the United States. His kilo split a 116.440, 116.440. Coming up on 2 laps to go. Once again, this is heat 1 of 10. Fell in 1 to go for Ken Adams. Ken Adams sets the time to beat at 2:38.406. On track now, heat 2 of 10. Starting from the home straight, James Kelly of Australia. And on the back straight, Alessandro Pico of Italy. Pico in black, Kelly in red. And both riders off and underway. This is heat number 2 of 10. Pico started off quickly, and looks like he has a mechanical issue.
Copyright, 36 seconds.
Kelly, second fastest at the 500 with a 41.6. At the halfway point, Kelly second fastest with a 1:18.096. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Two to go. James Kelly now putting up best times with 2 laps to go. Bell and 1 to go for James Kelly. New best time, 2:33.426 from James Kelly of Australia. On track now, heat 3 of 10. Mel Echewal of the United States of America will be starting from the home straight. Robert Higgins of the United States will be starting on the back straight. Echewal in blue and black. Higgins in all black. And heat 3 of 10 is off and underway. Third and fourth fastest opening laps for Higgins and Echewal, respectively. Both riders coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Higgins clocks in second fastest of the riders so far with a 1:17.4. Etchewal fourth fastest of the riders so far with a 1:18.695. Bell and 1 to go for both of the riders in heat number 3. We're going to have a re-ride of rider number 349 in heat number 2 immediately following this heat. And Etchewal finishes with the second fastest time so far, a 2:33.940. Higgins with the third fastest time, 2:34.905. Now going to have a re-ride of heat number 2, Alessandro Picco of Italy. He will be starting from the back straight. This will be a 1-up heat. And then we will proceed again with heat number 4, John Davis and Ted Michaels starting from the home and back straights respectively. And the re-ride of rider number 349, Alessandro Picco of Italy in heat number 2 is on track right now. Getting out quickly. New fastest opening lap, 22.8. $39.8 at the 500. New best time at the kilo, 1:15.249, 1:15.249. Robert Higgins on the bubble. Third fastest time of the day so far as Alessandro Picco continues to put down new best times. move everyone one down the ranking, top 3 to go to the medal ceremony. This is a timed final. Bell and 1 to go for Pico, half lap remaining. And new best time, 2:31.037, 2:31.037, new best time from Alessandro Pico. Mel Echual is now on the bubble. On track now, heat 4 of 10. Starting from the home straight, John Davis of the United States of America, and on the back straight, Ted Michaels of the United States of America. Davis in red, black, and blue. Michaels in all black. And heat 4 of 10 is off and underway. Davis with the fastest opening lap so far at 22.5. Michaels 5th fastest with a 24.9.
John, you're leading. Come on, John.
Davis with a new best time at the kilometer, 1:14.282. Michaels 5th fastest at the kilometer with a 1:17.6. Davis now falling off the pace with 2 laps to go after setting best times. Bell and 1 to go. Davis really starting to pay for that early speed. Michaels currently climbing his way into the top 3. Finishes with the 3rd best time so far, 2:33.822. Davis finishes 6th fastest of the riders so far with a 2:36.393. On track now, heat number 5 of 10. Michael Dolan of the United States of America, and on the back straight, Rudy Galien of France. Galien and Dahlin, 4th and 7th fastest in the first half laps. 4th and 6th fastest on the first lap. Galien of France, 3rd fastest at the kilometer with a 1:15. Dahlin, 5th fastest with a 1:16.901. Galien climbing his way up now, 2nd fastest, 2 laps to go. Bell and 1 to go for both athletes. Dahlin now 3rd fastest. And Dahlin finishes 2nd fastest with a 2:32.200. Rudy Galien of France finishes 3rd fastest so far with a 2:32.220. Only 0.02 of a second difference between those two riders at the finish as we bring heat number 6 of 10 on track now. Starting from the home straight, Brian Haas of the United States of America, and on the back straight, Roger Carter, also of the United States. Haas in the white and black skin suit, Carter in the yellow and black skin suit.
Looking and pointing. Is that right, Brian?
And heat 6 of 10 is off and underway. 8 laps to go. Fourth and fifth fastest with the opening lap. Haas and Carter respectively. Both riders coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Haas, 4th fastest with a 1:16.1. Roger Carter, 6th fastest with a 1:16.7. 10ths of a second matter in this race. 3 to go. And Brian Haas now putting down new best times in the final 500 meters. Bell and 1 to go. Both riders. Haas looking to set a new best time. Rudy Galian on the bubble. New best time, new best time. Brian Haas of the United States with a 2:25.908, and we have a new second best time, Roger Carter with a 2:30.937, 2:30.937. Roger Carter, Pico now on the bubble. On track now, heat 7 of 10, starting from the home straight, rider number 319, Matthew Bowman of Australia. And on the back straight, rider 329, Heath Dotson of the United States. Dotson in blue with a white helmet. Bowman on the home straight in a black skin suit with a white and black helmet. Heat 7 of 10, off and underway. Bowman of Australia and Dotson of the United States. Dotson putting down new best times coming up on the halfway point, a 1:11.094 at the kilometer. Bowman 1:12.3, second fastest. So we're going to have two new leaders on the leaderboard. This keeps up. Two laps to go for both riders. Dotson flying. New best time by almost 7 seconds. Heath Dotson, 2:18.930. Matthew Bowman, second fastest so far with a 2:21.567. Brian Haas on the bubble as we bring up heat 8 of 10. Starting from the home straight, Andrew Beale of New Zealand in black. And on the back straight, we got John Hickson of Australia. Hickson with a white helmet, Beale with a black helmet. Hamish Ferguson looking to add to his Masters World Championships medal count. And heat 8 of 10 is off and underway. Beale with the fastest opening lap so far. Hickson second fastest. Beale continuing to put down new best times coming up on the halfway point. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. A 1:10.043, 1:10.043, second faster than all other comers. Hickson second fastest with a 1:10.7, right there behind him. And now Hickson putting down best times. Gotten ahead of Beale. 2 laps to go for both riders. Hickson continuing to build, getting faster as he comes into the bell lap. Beale starting to pay the price. And a new best time by almost 2 seconds. John Hickson of Australia with a 2:17.006. Andrew Beal finishes third fastest so far with a 2:20.670. That puts Beal right on the bubble as we bring up our penultimate heat, I believe. Yep, heat 9 of 10 coming on track now. On the home straight, Alexander Zambrana of the United States of America. And on the back straight, Tommy Robles, also of the United States. Zambrana with black and red helmet. Robles with a black helmet. In the black and green kit of CFC. Zambrana in blue. This is our penultimate heat. The timed final for men 50 to 54 individual pursuit. And heat 9 of 10 is off and underway.
Yesterday was exciting.
Robles, fastest opening lap with a 21.6. Zambrana currently 6th fastest of the riders so far with 6 laps to go. Heat 9 of 10 on track now. Next race will be the men's 45 to 49 scratch race, 10 kilometer, 40 laps. Coming into 2 laps to go for both riders. Tommy Robles fading just ever so slightly. Oh, now he's 2nd fastest with a lap to go.
Go, Tommy! Good!
Half second down coming into that final half lap. Can he get it back? Tommy Robles finishes with the 2nd fastest time so far, a 2:18.001. And Alexander Zambrana finishes 6th fastest with a 2:25.294. That puts Heath Dodson on the bubble as we bring up our 10th and final heat. Starting from the home straight from Great Britain, Richard Oakes. And on the back straight from the United States of America, the world's best record holder in this event, Carl Baumgart of the United States of America. Baumgart in white with a black helmet. Oakes, black and blue with a silver helmet. Baumgart recently set that world's best time at altitude in Aguascalientes, Mexico. Scratch racers, you should all be through bike check. Scratch racers, you should all be through bike check. And heat 10 of 10 is off and underway. John Hickson guaranteed a medal. Just what type, we'll find out. Oakes with the second fastest opening lap, Baumgart with the third fastest, but as we've seen, a lot of it has to do with the back half. Oakes now fastest at the 500. Oakes and Baumgart, 1 and 2. Coming into the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Oakes fastest so far with a 107.5. Baumgart right behind with a 108.5. Second down on Oakes. Rider 381, please proceed to bike check immediately. Imantas Dubaskis of Lithuania, please proceed to bike check for your scratch race.
Come on, Carl! Carl!
Oakes continuing to set down new best time. Oakes just flying. And we've got a new world's best. 2:11.456. Set at sea level. Richard Oakes, Great Britain. Carl Baumgart, second place with a 2:16.941. Third place, John Hickson of Australia with a 2:17.0. Let's give it up for Richard Oakes, a world best time in the 2 kilometer for men 50 to 54. And our men 45-49 scratch racers coming out onto the track now.
Let's go, Chris.
We have Chris Allington, Wilson Blast, Jeremy Cattell, Scott Cox, Imantas Dubaskis of Lithuania, Garen Hagobian, Robert Heatley, David Kozel, Justin Mackay, Charles Moore, James Perkins, Etienne Retief of South Africa, Christian Stankiewicz of Poland, Joel Stewart of Great Britain, Justin Stott of New Zealand, and Martin Rupp of Switzerland. And the starter has blown the whistle. They're off for their neutral lap. When they're handsomely bunched, the starter will fire the pistol signifying the start of racing. This is a 10-kilometer, 40-lap scratch race. Okay, Wilson a little bit off the front there. And there's the starter's pistol. And immediately the attacks come. I believe that might be Kozel. And it is 386. That is David Kozel off the front. Field not really organized. Kozel looking perhaps to take a lap. Being chased by 400 and others. Kozel still off the front with 37 to go. Field still flying behind him. Kozel still at 30 miles an hour. And the Hart coming out of the chase, only one other rider really still with it now, trying to bridge. .376 has joined Kozel. Now we got two more lit a match and have come up. The rest of the field getting angry and they're coming up as well. It's all back together with 34 to go. .33 laps to go. As Charles Moore brings him through at 30 miles an hour. And 400 goes on the attack. Justin Stott of New Zealand got 4 off the front, 5th looking to bridge, field sitting up. So Allington, Stewart, Stott, and Rupp off the front. 380 looking to join, as is 379. And the field is more or less split in half with that move. We've got two sets of fields, half a lap apart. So 376 Allington, 379 Cattell, 380 Cox, 399 Stewart, 400 Stott, and 405 Rupp. All off the front. That is a group of 6. The rest trying to get back on turns. Group of 6 now more like a group of 5 and 1. As they come through to 26 laps to go. "26 laps to go as our leaders come through traffic. There's your lead group of 5 on the back straight. They had been 6, now they're 5. As they come through the home straight with 6 kilometers remaining in the race, 24 laps to go. Here comes that lead group. They're going 32 miles an hour. That lead group of 5 going down the back straight right now. Allington, Cattell, Stewart, Stott, and Rupp. New Zealand, US, Great Britain, Switzerland represented in that group. Now coming up on the field, and they have rejoined the field, and now they're just pulling right through. That lead group of 5, maybe looking to take another lap. 20 laps to go. We are at the halfway point of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Only halfway through, and we've had 5 riders take a lap and then go back off the front of the field. 5 riders vying for 3 steps on the podium, 19 laps to go. They come back into the field. And here come the attacks again. Riders off the front again with 16 laps, 4 kilometers remaining in the race. .392 off the front. Perkins of Australia. Never mind. And it is .392 off the front. James Perkins. He was not one of the riders to take a lap. No wonder he's not being chased by the rest of the field. 13 laps to go. Our lead group of 5 happy to let Perkins get away. He is not one of the riders with a lap. Perkins with about half a lap on the field. Field is the largest group, so that's the second group on the track. 12 laps to go, 3 kilometers remaining. Completed 7 kilometers so far, we got 3 to go. As .392 Perkins comes around, gets within a quarter lap of the field. So he will join that group of 5. There'll be 6 riders up a lap. Their relative position within the field will determine who wins the race. May not be the first rider across the line, unless, with 10 to go, some of those riders start coming off the front, like number 400, Justin Stott of New Zealand. So that lead group of 5 paying close attention to each other. As 392 Perkins, coming out of the turn, gets them in his gun sights, tries to close the gap and get the lap with 2 kilometers, 8 laps to go. Kozel off the front of the field. So Perkins, then Kozel, then the field, with 5 riders up a lap in the field. About to become 6. And Perkins does it. Perkins joins the 5. There are now 6 riders up a lap. Kozel, the best of the rest, coming down the home straight right now with 5 laps to go. He's got about a half lap. Don't know if he could seal the deal within those 5. They're hanging out at the balustrade. He just might be able to do it. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the louder you are, the faster he goes. Dave Kozel. He can see him. He can see him when he comes out of the turn. He can see him. Coming up on 4 laps, 1 kilometer to go. About a quarter lap for David Kozel. Kozel looking to join the field. That would make it 7. And 400, Stott comes down to the pole lane with 2 to go. Stott looking to go long. Some of the rest chasing him as they come into 2 to go. 399 right on his wheel. That's Joel Stewart of Great Britain. Bellin 1 to go for Kozel, but here's the race for the podium. Oh, and then on the inside. And it's going to be 376. Chris Allington of New Zealand, first across the line. Allington of New Zealand in the red, the first one across the line. Put your hands together for that 45 to 49 scratch race. Coming up next, the 35 to 44 points race.
back of your t-shirt. Okay, thank you.
Oh, is it his birthday today? Oh, that's
40 years old today.
he's actually his racing age today?
Yeah, he's at his racing age.
So this is the longest race of our championship so far. This will be a 20-kilometer, 80-lap, 8-sprint points race. If you love anaerobic math, this is the event for you. There'll be sprints every 10 laps, 5, 3, 2, and 1, except for the final lap where it's 10, 6, 4, and 2. If riders take a lap on the field, they get 20 points. If they're lap by the field, they lose 20 points. And at the end of the race, we all give thanks that we're not officials or part of the race timing crew, and they figure out the point totals. I've been informed that in the last race, rider 379 was relegated for passing on the blue band, the Côte d'Azur. So Jeremy Cattell, rider 379, relegated for passing on the blue band in the scratch race. And our men 35 to 44 rolling out. Rolling out for their neutral lap. When they're handsomely bunched, the starter will fire the pistol. That'll signify the start of the 20-kilometer, 80-lap points race for men 35 to 44. And they are not handsomely bunched. Need to get it together. Should be nobody dangling off the back. And the pistol is fired and first blood is being drawn. Riders come to the pole and looking to string things out right from the beginning. Got the whole field up to speed. As 422 brings them across the line in excess of 31 miles an hour. That's Matt Hertz of the United States. Took him across the start-finish line. There we go with an attack again. 418. Oh, and there's the counterattack, pulled right through. Gaps starting to show here and there. Speed's really increasing. At least they were, with 77 to go. 33 miles an hour, the current pace. As we've got two riders off the front, two more looking to bridge. 33 miles an hour, and that's put the cat amongst the pigeons. The field is really picking up. Gaps starting to show in the field as they come around with 75 to go. We are 5 laps outside the first of 8 sprints. So as fast as it is now, it'll only get faster as they get closer to that sprint. 4 laps from now. 74 laps on the cards. Still about 33 miles an hour the pace in the field. 4 riders dangling ever so slightly off the front of the field as it's now being brought back together with 73 to go. 32 miles an hour the pace. As you can tell, starting to get 2 abreast in the field. Deep breath before sprint in 500 meters. Everybody positioning themselves for that final sprint. There's the bell. 5, 3, 2, and 1 points to get awarded as they cross the line. And it's going to be 4:18 picking up the big 5 points. That's Brody Cullen of Australia. I'll get you the other point totals here momentarily as they continue to fly around the track with 69 laps to go. And while everybody's recovering from that sprint, a rider has gone on the attack. 2K out from the next sprint, that's rider 431. That's Rudnick. So your point totals with 1 sprint completed. Brody Cullen, rider 418, has 5 points. Second place, rider 429, Christoph Wolski with 3 points. Third place, Robert Mayfield, rider 463 with 2 points. Fourth place, Austin Carroll with 1 point. So there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 races within this, so it's Cullen and Wolski, then Mayfield and Carroll. Mayfield and Carroll for the 35 to 39, Cullen and Wolski for the 40 to 44. 65 laps to go. .465 at the head of affairs right now. That's Jonathan Millington of Australia. He's got 431 Rudnick with him. They've got about a half lap on the field. They take the lap, they get 20 points. That's worth 4 first place finishes in the sprints. Solid half lap for Rudnick and Millington. With 62 laps to go, they'll at least pick up the 8 points, but really what's on their mind is that 20 points that comes from taking the lap. There's the bill for our 2 leaders, Millington and Rudnick. Field looking at 2 and 1. And so Millington and Rudnick pick up the 5 and the 3. Field now sprinting for the 2 and the 1. And it's going to be 17 and 29. Once again, I'll get you the point totals here momentarily. Millington and Rudnick have been given the lap. In the last sprint, it was Millington and Rudnick, 465, 431 with 5 and 3 points respectively. Stuart Gardner, 457, picked up 2. And Austin Carroll picked up another point, currently sitting 5th overall of the combined fields. First place, 465 Millington with 25 points. Second place, 431 Rudnick with 23 points. Third place, Cullen, 418 with 5 points. Then Wolski, 429 with 3 points. Carroll tied with Gardner, 2 points. Gardner and Mayfield with 2 points apiece. 56 laps to go. We haven't even hit the halfway point. And once again, we've got an attack with 5 laps to go to the next sprint. That is number 463. 463, Robert Mayfield, currently sitting tied for 5th. And riders looking to bridge on up to him as Robert Mayfield comes around and sees a kilometer to go until the next sprint. Riders chasing him are 17 and 18. That's Andrew Crater and Brody Cullen. So Crater has joined Mayfield. Mayfield and Crater not quite an 1/8 of a lap off the front. 52 laps to go. Crater gets the bell. Brody Cullen there with him. Whoops, and then here comes the field through him. And it's going to be Matt Hertz picking up the maximum points that time around. In the 3rd of 8 sprints. And we've got another attack going on here, 423. So 422, Hertz picked up 5 points. 429, Wolski picked up 3 points. 459, Hughes picked up 2 points. And 454, Carroll picked up another point, scoring in every sprint so far, Austin Carroll of the United States of America. Your leader with 3 sprints completed, Jonathan Millington with 25 points, that's rider 465. 431, Rudnick has 23. 429, Wolski has 6. Cullen and Hers, riders 418 and 22 are tied with 5 points apiece. Austin Carroll is in 6th place with 454, rider number 454, Austin Carroll is in 6th place with 3 points. There are 3 riders tied with 2 points apiece, Gardner, Hughes, and Mayfield. 46 laps to go. We are 1 mile outside the halfway point of this points race. '57 and 32 off the front. That's Tanaka and Gardner. Fergus Tanaka of the United States, 432, and Stuart Gardner of Great Britain, 457. And 465 has joined them. That's our leader, Jonathan Millington. Looks like he could be dragging them around for another lap. Millington, leader currently with 25 points. Without Rudnick, now looking maybe to take another lap as they're almost a half lap on the field with 42 laps to go. 500 meters outside the sprint at halfway. So all but 1 point up the road right now. As Millington, Gardner, and Tanaka will pick up the 5, 3, and the 2. Only one to come from the field as the field comes through the start-finish line. And it is going to be Millington picking up the big 5. Tanaka will get the 3, Gardner the 2. See who picks up the spare. That's going to be 17, who I think is Crater, if I'm not mistaken. That is Crater. Crater picks up the 1 in the 4th sprint. Millington now leads with 30 points. Rudnick 23, Wolski 6, Cullen and Hers tied with 5, Gardner 4, Tanaka tied with Carroll 3 points apiece. 38 laps to go, 2 kilometers until the next sprint. Less than a quarter lap for those 3 to get another 20 points. Tanaka, Gardner, and Millington. That would definitely toss the salad for the point standings. And 463, Mayfield going off the front again. And Millington, Gardner, and Tanaka have been given the lap. So your top 4 right now, 465 Millington with 50 points, 457 Gardner with 24 points, 431 Rudnick with 23 points, tied with Tanaka, rider number 432. Wolski, the best of the rest, with 6. Cullen and Hers tied with 5 points apiece. 34 laps to go. We are 1 kilometer away from the next sprint, and we got Mayfield off the front. Robert Mayfield of the United States. Almost a half lap up on the field. Could he do a solo lap? Find out. Eight kilometers remaining in the race, but more importantly, 2 laps and 500 meters to go for the points. Two riders dangling off the front of the field behind Mayfield. Mayfield getting the bell with more than a half lap ahead of the field. He'll pick up the 5 with 3, 2, and 1 to come from the field the next time around. So Mayfield gets the big 5. 418. Cullen picks up the 3. Two goes to Crater and 1 to Brian Mitchell. So with 5 sprints completed, 465 Millington leads with 50 points. Second place is 457 Gardner with 24 points. Third place, 431 Rudnick with 23, tied with 432 Tanaka. Fifth place is 418 Brody Cullen with 8 points. Sixth place, 463 Robert Mayfield with 7. Mayfield has been reabsorbed. No lap for him. Fergus Tanaka goes off the front, being chased by 423. Carl Hofer of the United States. So Tanaka and Hofer off the front. And 434 looking to bridge as well. That's Ricky Yarnall. 6 kilometers remaining in the race, but only 1 kilometer to go until the anti-penultimate sprint. So Tanaka and Hofer off the front of the field with a half lap. Could they take the lap?
Go! Keep going!
Tanaka already has 1 lap. That would bring him closer to Millington. Tanaka and Hofer still with more than a half lap lead over the field with 22 laps to go, 500 meters to go for points. Bell and 1 to go for Tanaka and Hofer. Here, 1 to go for the field. Tanaka picks up 5, Hofer picks up 3. And Brody Cullen picking up 2. And Austin Carroll with another point. Mr. Consistency in sprint 6 of 8. Tanaka the 5, Hofer the 3. Brody Cullen the 2, and Austin Carroll picks up his 4th point, currently putting him in 9th place overall of the combined age groups. But Jonathan Millington, rider number 465, still at the head of affairs with 50 points. Second place is now 432 Fergus Tanaka with 28 points. 457 Gardner has 24. And Marcin Rudnick of the United States is in 4th place with 23. Brody Cullen the best of the rest with 10. 16 laps to go, 4 kilometers remaining in the race, a metric mile till the next sprint. Tanaka and Hofer still with a half lap over the field as riders are starting to come off the front and chase them down. We've got a bridging group of 4 trying to get up there. Chase group has Crater, Carroll, Gardner, and Millington. Millington of Australia leaving nothing to chance. As that bridging group of 4 closes in on Tanaka and Hofer, they are now a group of 6 off the front of the field with 13 laps to go. Crater, Hofer, Tanaka, Carroll, Gardner, and Millington. The only rider with lap points not represented is Rudnick. Mayfield now looking to chase. He would make it 7. Bellin 1 to go on the penultimate sprint. Jonathan Millington of Australia showing everybody a clean set of wheels. I believe that's Crater now trying to come up. Millington picks up the 5. Crater the 3. But the lap is the prize with 9 to go. Group of 6 within a quarter lap of the field, 2 kilometers to go. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the louder you are, the faster they go. Crater, Hofer, Tanaka, Carroll, Gardner, and Millington. Off the front, and now they're sitting up. Now they're sitting up. Still with a half lap on the field, so they're definitely going to be the ones to score points. 6 laps to go as they've become 3 and 3. Austin Carroll bringing them across the line. Coming up on 5 to go for our lead group. Tanaka at the front. Lead group of 6, constant speed of 30 miles an hour coming up on the back of the field now. It'll be 3 to go for our lead group, 3 to go for our lead group. Tanaka pushing the pace. Tanaka looking to get another 20 points. 2 to go. And Tanaka's taking the lap, and there's the bell for our leaders. So Tanaka got the lap, but now Millington's going for points. Millington wins it decisively. Crater happy with his finish. Austin Carroll 3rd across the line in the final sprint. Tanaka brought it within 5 points, but Millington made sure he picked up the 5 in that final sprint. He should win with 60. Let's have a big round of applause for all of our men, 35 to 44. So Millington picks up 10 points in that final sprint. Andrew Crater 6, Austin Carroll 4, Stuart Gardner 2. And your point totals at the end. First place, rider 465, Jonathan Millington with 65 points. Second place, Fergus Tanaka, rider 432 with 50 points. Third place, rider 457, Stuart Gardner with 26. Fourth place, rider 431, Marcin Rudnick with 23 points. Fifth place, 417, Andrew Crater with 12. Sixth place, Brody Cullen, rider 418 with 10 points. Seventh place, rider 454, Austin Carroll with 9. Eighth place, Robert Mayfield, 463 with 7. Ninth place, 429, Christoph Wolski with 6. 10th place, Matt Hertz, 4:22.5. 11th place, Carl Hofer with 3. 12th place, John Hughes with 2. 13th, Brian Mitchell with 1. 14th place, Mohammed Alabarov of Azerbaijan with 0. 14th place, Roberto Bentancort Sanchez of Mexico with 0 points.
Who wants to take their ball up and down by the track? Can you come down?
That concludes our racing. And we will be going to the medal ceremony. All right, so that'll conclude the racing in session 2 of day 3 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track Cycling World Championships from Los Angeles. We'll be back here again tomorrow, Tuesday, with more sprinting, more pursuiting, and scratch race qualifying. Look forward to seeing you then.